Hey Google, flip a coin. Excuse me. It's heads. I mean, I'm already live now, so it doesn't matter. Hi. So, I was talking to my journey buddy yesterday. We were exchanging the voice notes. And I realized because I've been sleeping weird, my sleep was like weird for a minute. And I knew like Mercury was retrograde. So I was like, let's see what else is up. Excuse me, sorry. And I was going to go live yesterday, but I didn't. And then overnight, or between when I went to sleep and when I woke up, Mercury went direct. So, because when I looked at it before, it was interesting that between all of the air and fire planets, only Mercury was direct. Now, the sun is always direct, so like the sun never goes retrograde. Let's see. Mercury was retrograde Leo. Mars is direct in Libra. Saturn and Neptune both retrograde. Gemini, our Uranus is direct. Why did I think? I don't know what's going on with you. Excuse me. I don't know why I thought Uranus was retrograde. When does Uranus go retrograde? Reports retrograde. There's like uh, 1 second. Okay, here we go. Retrograde calendar. Uranus. It starts in 4 weeks. I don't know why I didn't catch that. For some reason, when I was looking at it, I only caught Mars being direct in Leo, and I was like, "That's interesting." And just like that, the iced coffee's gone. R.I.P. And so I guess could still look at it, but well, what is Uranus and Gemini? That is the Fool meets the Lovers in a very Gareth Hudsonian way. I was thinking about that, and I was like, the Tower meets Justice, Mars in Libra. Now the Magician meets Strength, Mercury in Leo, but with Uranus being there, also direct. It was the Fool meets the Lovers. And I was thinking about it because I've been hearing people talk about, excuse me, I've been hearing people talk about how like all of the planets are air, moving from earth, water to air, fire, but so quickly into all of the air, fire, like so much of it is retrograde, which is interesting. And I got the Dysology cards for, we'll just see what's up. Okay, I wasn't ready, but let's go. Something just like flipped out. Dawn before the first day of a new world, an old earth passed away, and a breathtaking sight. Four of diamonds. I was gonna say it sort of fits so, like it gave so much context to so many things lately. To have Mars in Libra with the whole like sovereign will thing, like sovereignty being us being under our own authority, but not necessarily extending to others with the last card pool that was relieving the world, fulfilling or playing certain roles in our wish fulfillment and in our dream lives or whatever. And then for Mercury, the magician and strength, or the strength of the magician, to be direct now, when so much, especially with like the corn sweat, was that energetic saturation. And it was like the will of the mystical shaman or the will of whoever is enough to penetrate through a certain amount of energetic manifestational noise. I was like, okay, cool, got it. I don't know. I know I want to use this deck. I don't know what deck I want to use in conjunction. Dawned before the first day of a new world, an old earth passed away, and a breathtaking sight. Is this overall? Do I want to get a different deck for each one? Can you tell? Well, I was gonna say, can you tell I didn't like really think this through? Do I ever? Um, I think I will. We have Uranus and Gemini for now, which is the Fool and the Lovers. So for that, I'm gonna grab the Gilded Tarot Royale. I have the Tarot of Dreams. I'll use the Gilded Tarot Royale for that. Then we have the Tower and Justice. The Tower and Justice, and also the Magician and Strength. Tower, Justice, Magician, Strength, Tower, and Justice. I kind of want to use the actual Matrix Tarot for the Magician and Strength. Nikola Tesla on the Magician is standing out to me in my mind's eye. And I guess I could go Osho Zen because we just saw the Arbiter as a central figure. Yeah, let's go for it. And I was like, oh, the Arbiter made an appearance. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So I'm going to pull a Diceology for each one. And then, or maybe I'll just. We have 3 taglines and 3 planets. 1, 2, 3. Sure. I'll pull before and after the 4 Pentacles. Make it easy. And we'll see what's up. Also, I was thinking of that Angel of the Void that came out. And it's the Angel of the Void and the Eternal God that came out whenever I pulled the. Was that 8-7? Can't remember if it was an ICC or an OJO. I think it was 8-7 or 8-6. It was like before Lionsgate, I'm pretty sure. And Breakthrough at the bottom of the deck. Um, With the angel of the void and the eternal God, abundance and new vision. Okay, I'm loving these cards. I was like, is that like the energy of an angel that we may not like know about? Or some ever present divine power that the master and mind. The mastermind? Oh, it's literally the mastermind. I see it like that. The mastermind. I don't know how I feel about that. Cool. She shuffled. All right. What's at the bottom of the deck over here? Bringing order to thought, proper delegation of proper delegation of tasks, seeing the internal through the external. Queen of Clubs. The Queen of Wands has been speaking to strength of the magician. Was that Uranus conjunct Mars in Taurus? I think it was. I think that's kind of where it first popped up, but we've been seeing iterations of it for a hot minute. Like we just saw it with that shaman, the mystical shaman, or the time master, whoever's ability it was to create pressure. It was the dragon, right? That wasn't the camel or the lizard. And in some circles, I don't know. I've heard people talk about mention like the seraphim being dragons. Also, I pulled around the dragons. I don't remember which ones came out. I remember Kuan Yin's pink dragon. I'm pretty sure it came out. All right, this is Uranus in Gemini. I should have went for the SKT. Is it the Seeker, the Initiate, the Keeper? I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. Let's see what's up. General reading. Take it if it resonates. Don't if it doesn't. Nine of Cups and the King of Pentacles out the cut. Nine of Cups was a key figure last time. Knight of Wands with the Nine of Cups. I think I can do it with this deck. Let's see. Five of Pentacles with the Knight of Wands. Nope. Almost. These cards are slightly bent. No. The Hermit with the Five of Pentacles. This is big. Not all who wander are lost energy. There's also an energy here. It's like, it's a question of what and who we put our faith in. It's almost like, so these people out in the cold, injured, battered, bruised, thankfully not bloody, but if they were, I guess it'd freeze. Um, they should find shelter and food in the church, right? Warmth, but they don't. But with the hermit being here and with the fire outside, it's almost like they stop, like they're in the wrong place. And so the hermit is looking for them because the hermit has heard of people the hermit like knows their position, right? Like let's say he lives in some mountainous part of the world that gets foot traffic. It's like there's a tourist season. Like it's the middle of a tourist season. Tourist, not tourist. It's the middle of tourist season. There's a blizzard. So he's like, there should be people who are coming who like need warmth here. But the people ended up outside of here instead. So of course they get no shelter, no nothing here. What is this? This one is oh, where's my brain? It's one of those days where it's like the more I try to think about something, the blanker my mind gets. This one for sure is Uranus and Gemini. I remember picking that one for this reason. This one is Mars in Libra. So that, yeah, this is Mercury in Leo. This is the strength of the magician. Okay. Eight of Pentacles and the Hermit. Cool. Who was that in Virgo? Eight of Pentacles is the Sun in Virgo. Sun in Virgo is next season. All right. So I'm going to look before and after the Four of Coins. We'll get a snapshot of these planets, I guess. Uranus in Gemini, Mars in Libra, the Sun in Mercury now direct in Leo. That gives us a little, I don't know, kind of like that, because it's a sextile. Mercury and Leo, the strength of the magician, sextiles both the Tower of Justice and the Foolish Lover. Is this that impossible energy? We'll go here first. Dawn before the first day of a new world. This is the Uranus. No. This is the Mars and Libra deck, which is the linchpin. No, it isn't. Girl, come on, brain. Oh, okay. Am I switching it up now? Or is this what I said it was? I might have to pause this and watch it back. Which one screams more Uranus? I know that that one is Mercury in Leo because of the magician card in my mind, the Nikola Tesla. I'm pretty sure this isn't Mars in Libra. Oh, girl, am I gonna have to watch it back? Give me a second. I'm gonna watch it back real quick because I forgot. All right, that probably took me about 3 minutes. But yeah, I went Osho's in, I connected it to the Arbiter. This is Mars and Libra. Cool, got it. So it's interesting though, because the cards that came out, it's Abundance and the Lovers. I feel like there's a saying with the Lovers that like flashed across my brain, but I'm not sure. Also, we have this thing up here. Abundance, is that the king of rainbows? I'm pretty sure it is. Bottom of the deck is the 10 of water, 10 of emotions, I believe. The 10 of cups was the final card the last time I used the Astro Matrix Tarot. The 9 of fire, exhaustion, and the 7 of water, projections. Projections, exhaustion, and harmony are the bottom three. Well, for the 4 of rainbows, that's the 5, another 5, 4 of rainbows, 4 of rainbows. This probably be easier if I put them on the table. So we have the 9 of water, 9 of cups, joyous one, laziness, 4 of rainbows, the miser, and the creator. After the creator is control, before laziness is experiencing. I love that experiencing is before laziness because it has more of a connotation of like you've already done the work, you've done the hard parts, you can take it easy. Like everything was set up nicely, and so all that's left is like the follow through. The creator and laziness is an interesting combination because it almost inherently speaks of things left undone or incomplete. But because we are the creation that lives in the greater creation, it's like spaces for us to create. This is Mars and Libra. The tower meets justice. Because the lovers in abundance is here, what's the line here? Dawn before the first day of a new world. Ooh. Oh gosh. I see harmony. Oh yeah, it was at the bottom of the deck. But it's this heart, third eye, crown, heart, third eye, soul star. So it emanates from the heart and it touches the third eye and the soul star. But we don't have that point of contact above. Like we can see here that light where the dolphin touches the third eye. We don't necessarily see the same of that soul star, where the soul star could be. So maybe it sits between the crown and the soul star. I know soul star came up last time. I don't. I if I'm talking about chakras, I like to stick to the base seven. Generally, I like to stick to the base seven. Something about. Oh. I wonder if this lovers. This lovers is almost low key giving this symbol and like a red dot. There's a red dot in the middle. It's reminding me of the perfected vessel that we saw in the Angel Tarot. The not Angel Tarot, I can't remember the name right now. I feel like it starts with an N. I want to say the like Nefertari Tarot, but it's not the Tarot Nefertari. Now my brain is like Nosferatu. It's not. What? Who are you? Notoria. Yeah, Notoria. Okay. My brain was right with the N. The Notoria Tarot. And that one card, we saw the perfected vessel. In the three of coins, it was being completed. In that other card, it was perfected. Because it's giving me. I'm trying to count the number of Merkabas, but it's. Yeah. Now, this is. Four is also the number of the Emperor. I thought it was the Emperor meets Justice, but the Emperor is Aries and not Mars. Um, there's a two-fold, at least, part to this energy of the Creator and laziness when it comes to dawn before the first day of a new world, right? And because like sovereignty and power, I guess, have been themes lately. One way to take it would be as we are creating, as we've been manifesting, as we've been aligning to those manifestations and creations, there may be something that we've overlooked if we are the creator and we've been lazy. The other way is, like I said before, it's room that we have to create because something hasn't been more set in stone. Now, in abundance, he leans a little bit more to the left. And in laziness, he's also like sits to the left but looks towards the right. The checkerboard floor is giving me high priestess energy. We have broken glass, but I don't know if it's a mirror. Now, what comes to mind, there's a song called Dear God by I forget who, because I found it. It was like, what, 2009, I want to say. There's a line, it's like, um, the the only part I can remember right now is like, and then I'm back behind the glass again. Oh God, what keeps you out, it keeps me in. I think before that, it's like getting closer, and then I'm back behind the glass again. So maybe this is one stop before harmony, because we see again 10 of water harmony at the bottom of the deck. If this is the dawn before the first day of a new world, a world that we created and we were lazy, depending on how disparities are set to resolve in this new world, it may default to old patterns, old habits, old things. And so, parts, pieces, and fragments of the new world that are remade in the image of the old one, some of these panes are shattered, but some of them are like not even cracked. Like this one right here, this one is pretty whole. There's like a solid ish piece like up here and right there. Again, we're not perfect. We're not necessarily going to see everything. And so maybe it's this reminder, not a reminder. It may serve us to be present enough to see where we relax in the creation of our new lives and present enough to decide or determine if we want to recreate those aspects or not. Because again, the creator and laziness, it's like something isn't set in stone. I don't know if there's a certain amount of time before something sets in more permanent ways, shapes, forms, and fashions. This reminds me that another thing that's been kind of sort of coming up a little bit lately is the like karmic reset of like if the karmic slate has been cleared and we don't know it, even if we do, if the slate's been cleared and we don't know it, then we're going to be operating off of old patterns, procedures, behaviors, because it's like in our mind, it registers as like nothing has changed. But it was that whole like, it's a fresh transgression. If we enter something new and we bring an old cycle, then we root in whatever that's just been washed away. Even if we do know, there's still a certain amount of conscious effort. Because it's the dawn before the first day, the sun hasn't risen yet. I don't know when Mercury is going to conjunct the sun again. If it'll be in Leo season or if it'll be in Virgo season. We did just see the Hermit that was waiting for the people who need shelter and the people who arrived to the wrong building, which is also interesting because the energy of Bastion, like Sovereign Will, had evolved into Bastion. And I'm listening to a new audiobook because I finished the old series. I finished the part of the old series that I get access to. So I started a new one. I'm not a huge fan of it. It was interesting though, because yesterday, in more than one way, I heard of the gods or eternal, immortal, effectively immortal beings referred to as concepts. And the first one was like, well, how can a concept die? But then in the audiobook, they also referred to certain beings as more conceptual. And when those beings incarnate or interact with a planet, be it Earth, they take identities that closest reflect deities associated with that concept. So the pantheon they were working with was the Norse pantheon. So the god or the concept of storms took on the persona, the archetype of Thor, the concept of the trickster. And I was like, oh, there's that trickster again. LOL. Of course, took on the concept of Loki, the concept, the persona of Loki. The concept of knowledge took on the persona of Odin. Anyway, I feel like I'm getting way. Like, where am I going? How did I end up there? I don't know how I ended up there. It's fine. Dawn before the first day of a new world. With the lovers in abundance, even though it's leaning a little bit to the left, also, it could be that there were certain things that we like ran out of time to address, or there are certain things that the presence of distortion or illusion was so heavy in the old world that it isn't as difficult to work. It won't be as difficult to work through in the new world as it was in the old one. Which is why, like, some of the panes of the window are like, or the glass are shattered, smashed. Some of them aren't. Girl. Okay. 40 minutes. Now, Uranus and Gemini, Three of Wands, and the Queen of Cups. Oh, there's a seagull in a boat. I want to be where the seagulls are. Okay. Oh, there's two seagulls. I didn't even see the one on the left. This is for Uranus and Gemini. And maybe two. I mean, Mercury. No, that was Mars. That trine is pretty tight. And it's also a trine, right? So it's not surprising to see one show up in the other. For Mars and Libra to make mention of the placement in Gemini. Uranus is 1 degree Gemini. Mars is 3 degrees Libra. The tower meeting justice here, even before, it was feeling more like a Lenormand tower. That is just like it's an almost hierophantic energy where it's like structures, infrastructure, systems, more so things of like great presence that are more often than not long standing. So it's the pillars that support. I guess you could say, in a way, one way to shift things is to build pillars, that support one's life and the world, and to strengthen, fortify, believe in, hold fast to them enough. It's like if the world doesn't fit those pillars and the pillars are strong, if the world doesn't fit the pillars and the pillars don't fall or crumble or grind to dust under the weight of the world, then the world will be changed in a way that supports those pillars. So it is an act of monumental will, but also that's the pressure. That's that how the dragon came out, right? Puts pressure on the world to change rather than the world putting pressure on the pillars on the individual. Cool. Next is an old earth passed away. Ooh, I'm not asking for jumpers, but we got two more. The moon and the six of wands. There's a crab in this moon card. Cancer season is over, but Jupiter and Venus are in Cancer. Silent victories, internal battles and struggles, the light overcoming the darkness, all fall within the territory of the six of wands. It's interesting that I don't know something about that laziness. It doesn't feel lazy. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to, because I don't know. It doesn't necessarily feel like perfection is expected. And even if the vessel is perfected in whatever way, that would be like the nine. Then at the 10, there's a certain mastery that's reached, right? Because you still have to adapt to that perfection. What's interesting is, though, one of the wands behind the back and the three of wands felt obstructed. It, because it read as an obstructed, it immediately came across as like intentionally hidden, but that isn't necessarily the case. Also, there were two wands behind that person, and we see these brilliant torches in the moon. What's because of how the card is illustrated, the card is illustrated in a super interesting way. Like the way my eye is drawn to the card, immediately it's like this procession is happening behind the crowd because I see the backs of all the people and then I see like the person, right? So it's almost like the parade is up here and the Six of Wands is back here. And again, with the moon, unseen, silent victories, whatever. But when I get the correct view, it's like the person on top of the horse is looking over everyone in the crowd and straight into the viewer of the card. Right? Because like there's all the people and he's like looking straight forward instead of down. And if this is the perspective where we're like in the back of the crowd, he's looking at you. Five of Swords, the Hermit, and the King of Cups at the bottom. Who am I looking for? The Four of Pentacles. Four of Pennies, Four of Pennies. Looking for the green bar for Pentacles. Nine. Page, King. Three. Oh my gosh, the Fool. Wait, yeah, this is Uranus. Okay. I was like, the Fool. We have another mention. Wait. The Fool, the Three of Pentacles, and the Seven of Swords. Before the Fool was the Five. No, before the Fool was the King of Pentacles. After the Seven of Swords is the Knight of Cups. See, I was going to mention this. Around the Victor Scepter or Wand, there's the laurel wreath, laurel crown, symbol of the champion, right? The other ones don't have it. That one does, and it looks like the thing around the moon. I don't know what the word for that is. There, but we also see it behind this King of Pentacles, right around his neck. And I guess it is like crescent shaped. Excuse me. The Fool and the Seven of Swords. It's when this is for an old Earth passed away. It's like everything, not everything that we know is a lie. Not necessarily everything we've experienced is an untruth, but it may almost serve us to treat it that way in arenas where we can afford it, right? Because it gives us an openness or a capacity. It allows us to more easily be unbiased when encountering something new. Because as well as we got a handle on the situation in the past after our silent victories, and we kind of sort of got to see things behind the scenes, maybe because we got to know our own motivations and like we faced ourselves honestly, we can kind of like read the motivations of others. Like, whatever all of this is here, with that forming the thing for that moon, the Fool goes like, the Fool exists in another realm entirely. Like, the moon is a little bit bigger, but much more central here than it is here. Here it's sort of like off center, off to the side. There's also like, the whole zodiac between the hands of this Fool, and to pair it with the Seven of Swords. It's like that's all of the stuff. It may like hinder us or hold us back. We may, it's possible to draw false correlations because of assumptions we'd hold based on the past. But also, I love that we see the fox because the trickster has been so central. Not central, it's just been like coming up. Does it come up if you go looking for it? Like, this makes me think of the Seven of Swords in the Wild Unknown Tarot. And in that deck in particular, the Seven of Swords is my card of birthright. When we reach whatever point, we just saw the Ace of Swords Sacred Cinnabar recently in the SKT. Um, when we reach a certain point, the sword is like given to us. Also, oh, the Fool. In the Initiate, the fox is sleeping next to the gateway. When we go down the path of the initiation, the fox serves as a type of totem that accompanies us. Since the fox like remains outside, it's almost like there's a temptation. Temptation isn't the right word, but it's like there's a temptation to leave behind the things that actually serve us. But the temptation is like a secondary or tertiary temptation. It's something else that draws our attention that causes us to maybe forego some kind of knowledge or wisdom. So, like, let's say, for instance, you've been manifesting something and your manifestation is like your experience is unraveling, unwinding, unfurling to reveal more and more and more aspects of that manifestation, coming fresh off of the laziness of the creator. But even in the laziness of the creator, it had that, like, it's a point to be present and to be mindful and to choose accordingly. Because it's like the healed version of us, because take it if it resonates as it resonates, we are where we are, and that's okay. Like, there are certain things that the unhealed version of us would manifest into their experience that the healed version of us wouldn't manifest into that experience. And that is one of the reasons why we can go into something new a little bit more intentionally naive, to allow the experience to tell us what it is rather than us just thinking it's more of the same. But this is almost a temptation to approach things in an old way. It takes five and it leaves two. We just saw the Five of Swords. I forget what the Five of Swords was with, but it's almost like in one of those, like, it's not a power grab, but it could be like a knee jerk reaction to like things going well. And in order to make sure things continue to go well, we try to control stuff. Or we develop a kind of vigilance that's more aligned to like how things used to go down and how things used to operate, right? So, like, let's say, for example, you're doing something new, or you're just doing something and someone offers to help. Maybe in the past, you've been betrayed by helpful people, and so you grow distrustful. Like last time, someone offered to help me, like, work on a big project or whatever. They took all the credit for it, and I got screwed and blah blah blah. So like I'm not gonna fall prey to that trap again. So like no, like I got this. So like we reject the help of the person that's like truly genuinely there to help us, because maybe laziness of the creator is just things that we don't have a mind to see, because we don't have experiences that would illuminate them to us. It could be a side of the market, it could be potential product features, there could be people that have problems that whatever the project is could like solve and address. And like that helpful person is just bringing it to our awareness and attention. So, but if we, when encounter, like when approaching the finish line on the brink of a major win, major success, jump into that, oh well, like last time someone like stole my idea and we cut it off. It's not that there won't be success, but there are more folds to it that may be possible, right? Like a twofold, threefold, fourfold, tenfold, 20-fold, so on. And so it's like we lose two, or I guess we lose an additional one, because it's one sword in that one, but it's two swords here. Sometimes because I just finished a video game last night, and in the game, there's this one character who wants to protect his village from monsters. It's Okami. He wants to protect his village from monsters, so he steals the guardian sword or whatever. And he's like, once I've spilled enough monster blood, the sword will awaken and blah blah blah. And like this, he didn't realize that although his intention was like pure, he had gone about it in an incredibly selfish way and had been working towards his own sort of like ends or whatever. So the sword never glowed for him, because although he was motivated to do it for others, to be a protector, his desires were like warped at some point, and it became about like him. And Uranus, this is for Uranus and Gemini. It is going to retrograde in September, in like a month, I think. I don't remember, but it is going to retrograde. There's also another aspect to this that is not the manipulation of powers, but it's like another part of the Seven of Swords full energy holds an aspect or a thread of ingenuity because of the silent victories and because of the knowledge. What is this? Oh, goodness. How did this get down here? Oh, my knees. Because of the knowledge of like motivations and stuff like that. The thread of ingenuity here is it's like there's an understanding of it's like the zodiac. Maybe focus or not. Um, and in a way that is very like similar to how I feel like astrology is talked about by the like use these planets and placements to manifest or do whatever. But it's almost like this goes beyond a planet being in a certain sign because we have natal charts and the pressure that the shaman, the dragon, the whoever applies. It's that situation where internal circumstance wins out over external circumstance. So the world shifts accordingly. It shifts to whichever frequency is the most stable, you could say. You could say the most stable, and because it's a function of stability, uniformity has at least some part, right? So it's like a weight that is distributed over many people. Many hands make light work. And so, because it's distributed over many people, overall, it's subjected to less fluctuations because if one person, like, they slip a little, like, someone else is gonna make up for the weight that one person isn't carrying. But it's also possible for, like, an individual to carry the entire weight or to carry more weight than a group of people. So that uniformity and conformity does play a part in the stability, but uh, it's almost like it's like that. Oh yeah, internal circumstance. There we go. Okay, because this there's something about the fool with the entirety of the zodiac and between their imagination hands, SpongeBob, partnered with this seven of swords and with the fox. It allows them to do things that otherwise couldn't be done. It's like if the fool is working with Sagittarius energy, low hanging fruit, and it fits perfectly. We just saw the Angel of the Void and the whole like Sagittarius thing. If the fool is doing something to work with Sagittarius energy, and the astrologer is like, well, there's no planet in Sagittarius, so like, how is this possible? How is this happening? The fool somehow, some way, is introducing Sagittarius energy, which creates that fire air star. And like it's for them to work with because they have supplemented what already exists. And again, it feels like because of the Six of Wands and the moon, there's some kind of insight into maybe it's like gaps or voids or whatever that this person we haven't even done the magician yet. Is there a magician? There, yeah, Mercury and Leo is the magician, the strength of the magician. Okay. Um, it's like with all of the tools at the magician's disposal, not only can they perform feats with those tools, but also they could use that knowledge to bridge, anchor, catalyze other things. And this is like Uranus. So, not surprising. Also, because of the nature of the Fool, it isn't something necessarily widely known. Because if it was, they wouldn't be seen as the Fool, right? It'd just be Bob and not Thunderbolts Bob. Or maybe Thunderbolts Bob. You know, who knows? All right. Oh, that did not shuffle. Mercury in Leo, strength of the magician, a breathtaking sight. No, I saw who? Ew, it's two cards though. Death and the Six of Cups, but it was like the dirtiest flip, so I'm not gonna take it. Was that a clean flip? No, nothing flipped over. It was just like really smooth. Felt like something flipped over. All right, 3, 2, 1. Cool. We have the Wheel of Fortune, the Seven of Cups, and the Five of Swords at the bottom of the deck. On the other side of the Five of Swords is the Hanged One. And the Page of Swords after that Hanged One. I feel like these validate that, like, the thread or aspect of ingenuity here. Because he's carrying Five of Swords and doing something foolish. Because it's a Five of Swords energy, though, it is a power play. But again, that supports the pressure. I'm looking for the Four of Pentacles. Nine of Wands, Four of Pentacles, Two of Pentacles. Before the Nine of Wands is the Queen of Swords. After the Two of Pentacles is the Knight of Cups. We just saw the Knight of Cups with the King of Pentacles, right? Now we see the Knight of Cups with the Queen of Swords. So that you could say that's the heart going between the mind and the world. I guess that's what the heart, you could say that's what the heart does. Harmony, King of Pentacles, Knight of Cups. This feels like a competition. This feels like, reads like competition. I guess the Wheel of Fortune is here. Wheel of Fortune and the Seven of Cups together. It's like the wheel is spinning and it can go in one of many directions. Something about this energy feels like if the person in the Two of Pentacles is a divine energy, it's like something is created, proposed, being done, happening, that is catching the attention of the divine. And it's shifting the wheel in one direction over another. The night feels like the person like proposing plan. It's almost like if this were a company and there was or just a competition. If there's a competition like an ideation competition, like who can propose a new product for the company to make, or a new flavor, a new chip flavor, or ice cream flavor, or whatever. Like this is the idea that's proposed that like gets the CEO's attention, or whoever has the power to make a decision, the creative director, whoever. Because it's like it's new, it's different, it's well, I don't know what it is. It gets their attention. And maybe coming off of that thread of ingenuity and the silent wins, I feel like this energy was here. I didn't mention it before. I don't think. I mean, it's also come out recently. It's the whole like someone aligning with some aspect of the divine. But it feels like with that thread of ingenuity, like someone does something in a way that's never been done before. Or someone does something in a manner that was similar to a significant person or people's. And it feels like something that is like glaringly obvious. It feels like something that is easy, like a conclusion that a child would arrive to because they're not overcomplicating everything, because they're not worldliness of the world. It's almost if you were to take something with the seven, like if this were an exchange, not necessarily. Like realizing that what you have is better than any of those other options. I mean, I guess if the shoe fits, right? Because let's say it is the space of like an innovation competition, and someone's like, hey, well, the whole idea of like maybe there is a problem out in the world that can be addressed with the solution that is already had. And so this would be the idea of like, hey, like that one product that we already have, if we do some minor tweaks or adjustments because it's already being used in this way, but if we make it more accessible or more like create a version that is more specifically intended for this, it would be like huge. So like that's the kind of sort of like using something that you already have in a different way, in a new way, in a way that's like obvious, but that isn't um, seen or it's like the whole trope of the movie or TV show. I mean, it happens in real life. I attended the wedding of the person who realizes that like their person has been their best friend the whole time. Not to, if it don't fit, don't take it. But it's kind of like that energy. Like what I've been looking for, I already have. Or it's like whatever you need. Like it's a realization that someone already has what they need. And maybe that's the whole Neo breaking out of the Matrix moment of like realizing that it isn't anything outside of you that will fulfill you or make you happy. You have what you've needed all along. Type of energy. I'm surprised the Five of Cups isn't here. It is almost that grotesque Five of Cups energy. So this is the strength of the magician that sits between the Tower of Justice and the folly, the lover's folly. There you go. Lover's folly and the Tower of Justice. So, in this way, what was perceived at one point as an oversight of the creator and laziness, it's realized that like someone's had what they needed all along. And then on the other, like in the same vein, it's like someone has that realization of like everything that I need, I have inside of me, but they also like put that into practice. They put it into play. They put it into motion. It's not just words or manifestation, affirmation. It's not just words or an affirmation or like a mindset. It's a way of being because something is accomplished with that. And it's like it's the doing, it's the being, it's the expression of that that catches the attention of this person because it's pinnacles. Pinnacles are heavy, pinnacles are earthly, pinnacles are dense. It's not cups, it's not air, it's not wands, it's not a feeling that we hold inside of our chest or an image that we hold in our minds or a passion or a desire that we hold in our hearts and never do anything with. This is like in real life, it shows up. Cool. Now I'm gonna give it one, two, three, and I'm gonna pull one, two, three. Oh, okay. Well, hey. For the first one, Three of Spades, a complete restructuring of home, a breathtaking sight that redefines beauty, allowing one's soul to breathe. For the creator and laziness, for the second, the King of Hearts, a decision that once made cannot be rescinded, a wise king who settles an impossible dispute, operating in divine order. For the Seven of Swords and the Fool, and then the Two of Diamonds for the Two of Pentacles and the Nine of Wands. A forced uprising, an ancient word that stirs ancient things to life, whispered. And then a card fell down, face down, on top of the Nine of Wands, but angled out into the distance. And it is the Black Joker, because there's a black one and a red one. Prophetic dreams, inspired action, and tapping into the other side. Bottom of the deck is the Jack of Hearts, an inn that welcomes weary travelers, a hot tub that soaks all one's worries away, and a sly grin. That's an energy of like It placates. It's almost like, I feel like it's almost anti manifestation. In some way it is, in some ways it isn't. If I mean, I'm not as involved as I used to be. I'll say it that way. I'm not as involved as I used to be. So, you know, who's to say what's circulating these days? Because it's almost like, in the ease and the flow of manifestation, there's a certain like placidness of just like, it's like just trust, just believe, and like ride the wave. Good things will happen, things will come, things will shift and change and move. But this is a very active process, and it's active in a level of involvement, whatever the action is. Because for some people, the action, the involvement may be more like mental, spiritual, emotional. And then for other people, the involvement may be more like physical, tangible, like moving things. We all have different alignments, and we all have different goals. We all have different journeys. We all have different modalities and methods and roles and parts to play. I'm not surprised though, because this is that mystical shaman dragon, the strength of the magician. The strength of the magician isn't to just do nothing. The pressure that is exerted is not necessarily passive pressure. It's a strength that, it's like a person that radiates strength versus a person who displays themselves, postures and positions themselves to be strong. But even in the radiation of strength, like, things still get done. And I feel like that it's almost the semantic line that we saw in the whole like inner child thing, where it's like, I'm going to do this to feel like a child and to be happy, versus I'm going to do this because I find deep fulfillment and satisfaction from doing it. And in turn, of course, that makes me happy. I feel like I can't, like, there's such a subtle, on the surface, I feel like it would read like such a subtle difference. But if you were to know what the power of like motivation, the motivations that we hold, and the way that we posture ourselves and like project out into the world through our actions and other things, like, you would get it. It's something that's can be incredibly subtle, but that is like, if you know, it's like so vastly obvious and different or whatever. Anyway, cool. I love that the Two of Diamonds came out for that. Because it's the Two of Pentacles, a forced uprising, an ancient word that stirs ancient things to life whispered. Prophetic dreams, inspired action, tapping into the other side. This is the Mars in Leo. This is the strength of the magician. Mercury in Leo. I said Mars and magician. I was like, wait, this is Mercury in Leo, strength of the magician. It's like, if you, with like the forced uprising, and Mercury is a planet of communication. So it's like if you say something, it's a word spoken. It's kind of like that sovereign will is us being our own authority and holding a central. Oh, also, it was the fruit. I forgot about that. I remembered when I was thinking like, oh, like the only thing direct is Mars and Libra. Also, like Uranus and Gemini. For now, when does Mars go retrograde? I don't know. I don't know. The fruit that was the Six of Wands. Oh, it's right there. Okay, yeah, girl, I completely forgot the Six of Wands in the moon. It's literally this. It's this thread of inspiration. This thread of inspiration is that fruit that we've been seeing, the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Also, I was thinking about it when I was in the car yesterday, just like randomly, not like actively thinking about it, but it just popped into my mind. My mind, I guess there's a lot of stuff being processed in the back end right now, which is why I kind of blank if I try to actively recall something, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, oh, girl. Who is this? The Six of Wands just flew out of my hand. Because women, the feminine, is known to be intuitive. When Eve ate of the fruit of the knowledge, ate the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, nothing happened. But it's like because the intuitive mind is already so closely aligned to the divine mind or the will of God, you could say. But it wasn't until Adam ate the fruit that things fell apart. And it was the whole like when he leaned into his own understanding or process of like good and evil and stuff like that versus relying on divine guidance. For some reason, my brain was just like, because I wasn't actively thinking about it, but I was like, yeah, the feminine is the intuitive, and the intuitive is so closely and naturally aligned with the divine. So that's why Eve could eat the apple or the fruit. That's why Eve could eat the fruit. But anyway, here, because of the Six of Wands, the champion that holds that fruit, that is what sparks this whole. Oops. That is what sparks this ingenuity to begin to. It's to begin to do, girl. And then we have operating in divine order. That divine order, that what did I say? Ingenuity? Yeah, that's why that brought the magician to mind. That's someone who is crossing over into creating as the divine creates rather than creating how man creates, be that through energetic or physical sort of like means. Right? You could say that man will go, this planet is in this sign and it is aspecting these other planets, which means that today is an auspicious day for this or for that. But when the divine creates, it just creates. The divine speaks and things come into existence. It doesn't matter what planet is in favorable or unfavorable, good or bad aspect. And again, like that's that, like the strength of communication. Mercury being communication, Leo being strength, the strength of the magician speaks and then something comes into being. That's the ancient word, an ancient word that stirs ancient things to life, whispered. a forced uprising. Like it's spoken, and because it's spoken, something is it has to happen. And again, in the Bible, it's like, if you have faith the size of a grain of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. You tell the mountain to move, and it'll move. What that actually looks like, I mean, again, something about this Two of Pentacles makes it seem like it's so much simpler than we make it. Anyway, and then that other side is obviously that of divinity, tapping into the other side. Inspired action. Cool, 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 cool. What's over here again? A complete restructuring of home, a breathtaking sight that redefines beauty, allowing one's soul to breathe. With the creator, both with abundance and the lovers, that was giving this being the perfected vessel. And then to be in this position of the creator, like with the core or the spark being made in the image of the creator and allowing one's soul to breathe. It's that creative aspect. It's interesting that we see the breathtaking sight twice, but this one redefines beauty. Take it as it resonates. If it resonates, my brain operates in metaphor. I'm like, I don't know. And I guess I shouldn't be surprised to see more of the same, especially when I reference it so heavily. But I was like, oh, like that makes sense. For some reason, just like knowing what was happening, that I feel like was validation in some way. All right. Ooh, less than 2 hours. Let's go. I mean, I still got to get final cards. Is there anything I want to clarify? I do have another deck. I'm going to ask Google to roll a d6. So there's a 50% chance that nothing will happen. And I'll get final cards. One is the Osho's in Tarot. Two is the Gilded Reverie or the Gilded Tarot Royale. Three is the Astro Matrix. If it picks one of those, I'll use the third deck to clarify, quote unquote. Um, if it's 4, 5, or 6, then I'll just get final cards and we'll be done. Hey Google, roll a d6. It's one. Whoop, 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 whoop. So we're clarifying the harmony of the abundance and the lovers, the creator and laziness. Now I could go looking before and after the magician. It's the Spencer's tarot cards, girl. So I use girl as a gender neutral term. Is it a pronoun? I mean, technically it's a noun. But a pronoun is a word that refers to like a noun, right? Like he. So yeah, we have the star and the Eight of Pentacles, zombie and the tooth fairy at the cut. What does the tooth fairy do with teeth? Oof. That was the dirtiest flip. Five of Pentacles, the shaman. King of Wands, Anubis. Page of Cups, the satyr. The flip was too dirty. I want, oh, Four of Cups, the Ghoul, with the Tower, the Gargoyle at the bottom of the deck. Cerberus, Judgment is behind the Gargoyle. Six of Cups is behind that. I'll take this one. What else with this? Ooh, oh my gosh, these are the dirtiest flips. And falls. Eight of Pentacles, Zombie. Ten of Cups, Leviathan. Bottom of the deck is the Eight of Swords, which is a Pegasus. The Eight of Swords being the Pegasus, rather than this being someone who's like trapped in their own mind, blindfolded, this becomes the realm of the mythical and supernatural, seeing into realms unseen, or the things that people don't usually see. I was scrolling shorts on YouTube for hours, semi ashamedly scrolling for hours. But there was a short from maybe Tomorrowland, and there was a comment someone left that was like explaining the supernatural, or like trying to explain the supernatural to someone is the most frustrating thing you'll never do. It's interesting though that we have zombies and ghouls because they occupy similar realms, I guess. Like a ghoul, because they've been popping up in the audiobooks I've been listening to. They both fall within the realm of the undead. Oh, and there's like even in an anime that I was listening to or watching. The thing about the undead is that it's like the energy of undeath animates them, but it doesn't take them any closer to life. It doesn't make them alive. And then the Ten of Cups Leviathan. For some reason, she's giving me like biblically accurate Leviathan. Like Leviathan pops up in the Bible. And of course, I'm going to do a quick Google search because I don't know. Leviathan Bible. In the Bible, Leviathan is a formidable mythical sea creature, often depicted as a symbol of chaos and evil, or as a representation of earthly powers opposing God. It is described in the Old Testament, specifically in the books of Job, Psalms, and Isaiah. While some interpretations see it as a crocodile or a large sea monster, others view it as a symbolic representation of powerful enemies or even a demon. In Job 41, it's described as a monstrous creature with impenetrable scales, powerful limbs, and the ability to breathe fire. In Psalm 74 and 14, it's mentioned as having its heads broken by God. And in Psalms 104:26, as a creature that plays in the sea. Isaiah 27 and 1 refers to Leviathan as a gliding serpent and a coiling serpent that God will punish. Oh, yeah, it was a serpent. It was a serpent in the Garden of Eden, was it not? And it was like Eve representing the feminine and an extension, as by extension, through extension, the intuitive, who could eat of the fruit, who could eat the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil without negative consequence. There's always reference to the life we would have had on Earth if Adam hadn't eaten the fruit, right? So you could say, in eating the fruit and being forced to live a life that wasn't intended for them, in being forced to do all kinds of things or to experience all kinds of things that they otherwise would not have experienced, their lives became ones of undeath, right? Like Eve had to suffer the pain of childbirth, and that's the only thing that immediately pops to my mind. I'm sure they had to like eat and stuff before. Maybe they had to like hunt for their food. I don't know. There was something else. But it's almost like, I mean, it isn't almost like it is like, according to belief, after the original sin was committed, life became a lot of things that it wasn't intended to be. So this is the undeath, right? And in eating the fruit, man, people, the things that we create, I don't want to say like the things that we create are inherently tainted because we are inherently tainted. Um, it's like the selfishness, the cruelty, the opportunisticness, opportuni- opportunistic. I'm trying to blend like I'm trying to put nicety on like opportunist, opportunisticity, and it's almost like in our lives of undeath, the laws of physics state a conservation of mass. There's conservations of mass and conservations of energy. But true divine creation, it's more of a genesis than a conservation. So it's almost like an undeath, things must be conserved. So, in order for one thing to exist, something else must sacrifice in some way. But in true life, it's an energy of Genesis, like things come into being because they are spoken so, right? We are gazing, peering into the world of the mythical, the world that cannot usually be seen. Because we are gazing into the world of the unseen for the things that bind us and for the limitations that we're under, that usually serve as invisible bars. It's like we can see them and we can navigate around them. Take it if it resonates, how it resonates as it resonates. But it's almost like, and maybe this is a stretch, but it's how it's coming to me. The Leviathan, you could say the Leviathan is a relic of true creation. It's a relic of life. But life, like healing in video games and in things that reference video or in things that apply the like healing is a magic that restores life. And because the undead aren't alive, it's toxic to them, right? So the relic that is the Leviathan, the remnant of true creation, would be toxic too for the undead. It's a metaphor. Stay with me or not. But it feels like that explains the fascination here in this Two of Pentacles. Because this is an act of Genesis. And because it's an act of Genesis, of course, it would catch the attention of the Creator. Because we were born, designed, intended to live that life or to have access to that rather than being the undead, semi cannibalistic monstrosities that we are. We cannibalize reality to create reality. And we ourselves are a part of it's like as creation, we cannibalize creation to create. Since we are also a part of the creation and we make things out of the creation, right? Hey Google, flip a coin, please. Woo! Okay. There was a whole silent like heads if I'm like tails if I'm like way off. Again, my brain operates in metaphor. Take it as it resonates. If it resonates, when it resonates. If it don't resonate, don't take it. And if it does, apply a healthy, heaping amount of discernment, or two, or three, or as much as you can manage. This is literally Adam and Eve. They became these twisted monstrosities of undeath, which I mean, we've seen. It was like the Forest Prowler or something in those booster packs. There was the energy of like there are powers of Earth, and then there are like divine powers. Powers of Earth can be so powerful that to us they would appear divine or near divine, but there is a distinction between the two. You could say the Leviathan is a divine power, a relic that is toxic to the earthly power, is toxic to the energy of undeath. And it's almost like why I'm not trying to, you could say, as creatures of undeath, as tainted creations, the closer we get to things that are truly divine, the easier it is for certain things to like deteriorate because we forfeit our bodies can't handle the energy of life. That's why like as we grow, as we evolve, that's it's almost like that's why we experience like growing pains, and maybe that's why the journey could be so fraught with so many things as we attempt to get closer and closer to the energy of life, because it's like it's not supported by our lives, it's not supported by the foundations of things. Now I want to pull one of these. And with the new twist on this tale, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that for one, we're in the year of the snake. But for two, there's Anubis, Arbiter of Truth. The Arbiter. Anubis. Where was Anubis? I think the death card. I just saw Anubis. Maybe it's the death card in the uh, gilded tarot royale. I want to pull one of these Mausolea oracles, but yeah, some act of true generation, act of true. But again, like we've seen affected vessel and stuff like that, so I shouldn't be surprised. An act of generation or Genesis, an act of Genesis, and it's like what? The ageless and the eternal servitor, the ancient wanderer, and the light and the darkness. An ancient word that stirs ancient things to life whispered. Interesting. All right. I feel like there are so many directions I want to take this in. And since we've already come this far, um, why not attempt to take it further? The upper world and the witness. Let's go. See the upper world and the witness with this energy. That's like, hold up, wait, what? Did somebody crack the code? Trying to make sure I don't have these in reverse. Okay, cool. The luminous warrior in the upper worlds. I don't even know what I'm looking for necessarily. We just had a smooth flip. Three cards just did a smooth flip. Number 36, number 16, and number 32. Bottom of the deck is the staff, number 51, which is the mirror of 15. 15 is the devil. Feels like it's that whole Leviathan. The cards that came out, the middle world, the eagle, and the luminous warrior. Girl. The struggle. The middle world, the eagle, and the luminous warrior. I'm going to pull before and after the eagle in the water known animal spirits. The crow at the kite. Oh, it goes away. I'll pull it. Because of the visual similarities between what the crow is sitting on top of and what the eagle is diving onto. I guess we don't necessarily see it. The talons of the eagle haven't yet made contact in this card. Of course, the deer, the peacock, and the lion. The tiger, lions and tigers. Let's go. I just saw a video clip. I think it was a reel on Instagram of a lion and the tiger. And like the tiger was the introvert just laying up on like the wall, and the lion was the extrovert that wouldn't leave the introvert alone. And the like, not the caption, the overlaid text. The eagle is in between the hummingbird and the stingray. Before the stingray is the shark. After the hummingbird is the wolf. After the wolf is the cosmic egg, if you were curious. The snake! The snake. I don't know why I chose animals. Animals. Disgusting. Feel like TDs? Disney's Hercules, anyone? The hummingbird in between the drum and lightning. Okay. The drum and lightning is a divine gift. Joaquinian, the thunderbird. David, Little Elk, maybe, is he has a YouTube channel years ago. I may have like Googled Heyoka or searched up Heyoka and like found a certain perspective. And I learned of Joaquinian, the Thunderbird, Tatanka, the chief of the First Peoples, the drum, the gift, the Makantanka. Hummingbird didn't mean much to me, so I was like, I'm gonna just go look for the hummingbird in the other deck. Lightning. Okay. Because of the chakratic alignment here, lightning seeks the path of like the shortest path. Because it's like with this straight spine and chakras all aligned, lightning would hit from the bottom to the top. We see the deer here, light there, light there. Excuse me. So as the lightning strikes, the entirety of someone's energetic system would get a jolt since the chakras are all aligned. Could the body hold that? We have the luminous warrior. So, yes. This is given a first people's energy. Speaking of relics, uh, I guess not. I guess there wouldn't be. Whoa. Okay. All right. There's a question of, I mean, it's a perfected vessel. We saw the perfected vessel in the levers. So the answer would be yes. Because it's like if you apply too much energy, would you short circuit the vessel? I mean, both the presence of the luminous warrior. All right, I still want one of these. I want a clean flip or a clean fall. Or do I have to write out this thread? It's like so warm. All right, I'll write out this one. One more, one more. Oh, okay. Well, Lilith. Oh, perfect. But I guess I could have taken her. She was a dirty flip, so I'll put her back. I don't know. I mean, if Adam and Eve were like the only two people chilling in the garden, and if for some reason, see, we're taking liberties. I'll say that. I'll say we're taking liberties with the telling rather than questioning anything. We'll just take liberties. Because if one were permitted and the other was not, nothing happened when Eve ate of the fruit. Things didn't go sideways until Adam did. And Adam was the one that was told not to eat, according to the same telling. But if Eve was to be allowed, in a retelling, let's say that Eve was allowed to eat of the fruit. So she was approached when she was alone because Adam was not. Everything was fine until Adam's like, hey, like, what are you doing? And Eve's like, you know, just eating some fruit, chilling in the garden, same as every other day. LOL. And Adam's like, but we can't eat that fruit. And Eve was like, why not? Like, I feel fine. And Adam's like, well, if you're going to eat, then I'm going to eat. Blah, 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 blah. Adam eats, everything goes to crap. And who does Adam curse? Not himself. Of course, he curses Eve, but let's say he also curses God. Right? So now the person that held that conversation, the snake, the serpent, becomes demonized and villainized because it's the serpent's fault that they're kicked out of Eden. It's not Adam's fault because nothing is ever Adam's fault. Raise your hand if you've been an Adam or you personally know one. We call them narcissists. These let me stop. Just kidding. Not everything is necessarily for everyone. And it's not to say that Adam didn't have his own divine path or purpose that didn't, like, Adam did a lot of naming of the animals, right? So let's say that Adam was responsible for the more human things and Eve was responsible for the more divine things. Adam being the whichever side of the brain that's more logically minded, Eve being the other side that's more intuitive focused, right? Because things were supposed to be new. And so, in order to, it's almost like in order to allow Adam the human experience, he was given free will. To have a companion to support him and to put him on the right track, in comes Eve. But she also has free will, but she's like more divinely minded, right? She's the womb, she is the grounded center, she is the home, she is the comforting bosom. And because Adam has free will, like, God can't tell Adam what to do and when to do it, but Eve could suggest. So Eve eats the fruit. Where are we going with this? I don't know. Anyway, whatever is for her is for her. Whatever's for her. There was a whole mix up. Insert the undeath, energy of undeath. Our bodies are still animated, but not necessarily with the energy that they were originally intended to be animated with, because of everything that went down. The middle world, the eagle, the luminous warrior, the hummingbird. I wish I had more space. I always say that. I feel like there's never enough space. Maybe if I had like a board that I could like put the cards up on, I feel like I'd still run out of space. Okay. Before, middle, after. So, in, we're mixing, I guess, yeah. Maybe not. We are, but we aren't, but we are. So, the lightning and the drum was the gift from the Thunderbird to the chief of, well, to humans at the time. But the staff is what's at the bottom of the deck. So, it's like there's a difference between the gift that was given and the power that the chief came into. The staff of the luminous warrior is not the same as the drum that was blessed by the Thunderbird. With this alignment, oops, and these could even be different. With the alignment of the chakras here, it brings forth an imagery of one's own like unique energetic signature or a unique makeup. So their power, the source of it is that chakratic. Well, you could say it's the alignment of the chakras. That's what the card says, but it feels like it goes beyond that. The alignment of the chakras is one part. The alignment of the chakras, it puts everything in a way to generate enough energy to power something, but it's like without any energy sinks or anything like that. So it's like if all of the wires are connected in the circuit, so that when you plug up a battery, like the light bulb turns on. But the light bulb is like the staff, the chakras are like the wiring. So it could be a light bulb that turns on, it could be any other thing that happens when the circuit is closed, and energy can flow through it. Okay. Now let's get one of these question mark. Who are you? Someone sat on top of the creator. Abraham. Justice of pandemonium. Justice, truth, and duty was left sitting on top of the creator. Oh, look, he's got scales. Okay, cool. Can I get one of these now? Claim flip or claim fall. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, not yet. I mean, I feel like I don't. Let's see. For an extra layer of confirmation. Hey, Google, flip a coin, please. Tails. No. Okay. My eye is drawn back to the Wheel of Fortune. I feel like there isn't anything more to say. Excuse me. There's a distinction here between gifts or divine gifts and abilities. A gift is a token of favor, the drum, the lightning drum. And the ability is a capability, right? It speaks to an element of one's personal power. And it feels like that personal power is molded by someone's like signature, energetic signature, personal, egoic flair. And the staff is just a representation. It doesn't, I mean, obviously it's just a representation, but it's like it doesn't literally have to be a staff. Just like the light bulb doesn't have to be the thing that turns on when the circuit is complete. Now, it's almost like I could see markers that would align this with an almost starseed sensibility or along something like similar to a starseed. But I guess if we go back to Eve as an incarnation of divine wisdom that was meant to guide and support Adam, then this luminous warrior middle world Leviathan is the same. I mean, it almost reads like an ability to like impact the world, which of course, but also let's flip another coin. Hey Google, flip a coin. Tails. No. Okay. I don't need the coin flips. It's not, even if true, it's not necessarily practical because it's divine guidance, because we still have free will. And even as a presence, an embodiment, an emissary or ambassador of the divine, like free will still must be upheld and maintained. So even if something had the power of restructuring, reforming, I just thought about this the other day. When I did the Disney Lorcana, it was like in Walmart maybe the day before yesterday. And there were the two manors. There was the one that like people were flocking towards, and then there was the other one. Like that it was after the whole Bastion thing. I was like, oh, like that was the Bastion. So it's like you can build havens and bastions that people have the free will to align to and to choose and to navigate toward. But you can't force the bastion on people because of that visceral interaction. I'm looking at the Leviathan again. Because of that visceral interaction between like a healing energy and a reality of undeath. I don't even. Do I even need one of these? I don't get one. All right, claim flipper, claim fall. Oh, okay. Oh, that's too many. We got flippers though, so all right. It's like, well, how many is too many? Three. One or two, please. Excuse me. All right, claim flipper, claim fall. We got a smooth. What? It didn't flip. It felt like that card flipped. Lilith again. Lilith did a dirty flip. I don't know if she did a 360 in midair because it felt like that card flips. Hades. Bottom of the deck is Danu, Mother of Creation, Motherhood, Ferocity, and Creation. Big ups, big emphasis on the creation. Hades is Lord of Riches, Equanimity, Wisdom, and Inevitability. Oh, look. Is that not a golden apple? Now, more the golden apple of discord than the fruit of the forbidden tree. But for all intents and purposes, she's giving fruit of the forbidden tree with the mother of creation at the bottom of the deck. And two appearances of Lola. It feels like the taint of it's like anything could be tainted by the energy of undeath at any time, right? Let's say that someone taps into their alignment, taps into the genesis of pure creation, but at some point their ego sees them elevate themselves above others or try to manipulate or control or whatever. That's when like undeath taints the creation, right? So you could say the power in and of itself, because of our natures, is a great temptation. It's more difficult. Even this eagle, I always thought that the eagle had their talons on the sun. Neither one of these eagles have fully grasped the thing that they're swooping after. And I really thought they did. Well, maybe that's the point. Maybe the closer we get to the thing, maybe there's a point where we lose out. And I'm thinking of the glass and this nine of emotions laziness again. Maybe this is the point where we fall prey to our base human nature. We get this close to the sun before we're blinded or before we get all weird and wonky. And maybe it's because of the humans tendency to get all weird and wonky the closer they get to be twisted by the thing, that it takes on this more antagonistic sort of uh, dynamic or aspect. But it's like that's the nature of us as people, where we fold in on our own base egoic desires or whatever, rather than staying in that purity, right? And that's sort of that Seven of Swords with the Fool energy. It's like there's something that when we get that close to creation or the ability to create, that drives us towards one thing or another, that sees us corrupted. Cool. All right. Okay. Take it if it resonates, and if it don't take it. And if it does, apply a heaping amount of discernment again. This is low key Keeper of Karnak energy. It isn't, but it is, but it isn't. It's not Keeper of Karnak energy, but it's reflective of Keeper of Karnak energy. The Keeper of Karnak energy is the energy of a light that is so bright or brilliant that it amplifies shadow the closer you get to it. Like it's just that bright. And so if we don't have our own shadow under control, the closer we get to that light, it'll get like real big and then things go weird and wonky, for lack of a better or different phrase. I almost want to pull a card in the. I guess I will. Oops. From the Revelations edition, because in the Revelations edition of the SKT, we see manifestations of the divine where we don't in the Vitruvian edition. So I'm just gonna look before and after the conservator. So maybe that's the second thing. Not only is someone somehow in some way engaging in the energy of Genesis, engaging in the energy of Genesis, but also they're not being corrupted by that light, right? Imagine all of the holy people um, in whatever medium who like end up developing a perverted sense of like justice or righteousness to the point where they start to commit atrocities under a righteous banner. And it's like they don't see the gap, right? Kind of like that. Archangel Commander. And the Scarlet Shield, Sanctum of the Valiant, King and Queen of Swords, Angel of Storms and Battles, Scarlet Shield, Bread of Life, Sacred Word, and the Initiate. Ace of Swords, and there's the sleeping fox, Ace of Swords, and the Fool, the initiate. This is literally birthright. In the Water Gnome Tarot, it's the fox that sleeps on top of the Ace of Swords. The Archangel Commander is here, so I shouldn't be surprised. Also, Archangel of Healing is under this initiate. See? Fox, fox. But, I mean, it is, but it isn't, but it is. In one way, it was going in the opposite direction, almost in a like, I got everything that I need from this, so I'm going to go do my own thing type of thing, right? And that's why the truly sacred is protected, because again, it's so easy for us to get a little bit of power, get a little bit of an ability to do anything, and then immediately go off and be creatures of the flesh in terms of like fulfilling our own desires and stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that. If we follow our divine path, our desires will and should and will, should and maybe, should, might be. If we follow our divine path, our desires might be also given to us, but not in ways that we have to intentionally seek them. Right? Because it's almost like to put our eye on desire is to distract ourselves from the path. That's when we basically become blinded by that light, right? That the eagle is like swooping after. I'm supposed to be getting final cards, and I done pulled out another deck. The conservator is in between the angel and the hierophant. But this is the good hierophant. This is Bodhisattvic hierophant. This is Enochian hierophant. This is the person that becomes more. And the angel is on the other side. The angel is divine genius, a divine higher genius. Hierophant is master of the arcanes. So we have the master of the arcanes and a divine higher genius. This is also mutable energy in the SKT, in addition to being Sagittarius. Like the world card is fixed energy. In this deck, the chariot is cardinal energy. Before the angel is the kindred. After the hierophant is the vagabond. Behind the vagabond is the grotesque. There we see, but again, like when we saw, and then the eminence there, Nine of Pentacles. Like how we saw the Five of Pentacles and the Hermit. The grotesque is the one that finds that aspect of the divine within, where it isn't necessarily found in buildings and structures and in some way other people. Excuse me. Cool. The Hierophant and the Angel. You know what? I'll read them. I don't read the Little White Book enough. The angel, this is where it gets better. Your holy guardian angel whispers words of reassurance. Mutatis mutandis. The necessary changes have been made. This is the primordial spirit of exceptionalism. Genius hits a target no one else can see. Arthur Schopenhauer? Genius in Greco Roman lore is one's tutelary deity, or a guardian spirit that protects an individual person. It is your daemon calling to you. Rainbow ripples reveal Iris, messenger of the gods. When your guardian angel appears, take a moment to intuit the pulses of energy in the space around you. Can you feel the presence of the daemon? Do you know that you are watched over and looked after? Here is the manifestation of a composite duality: destroyer of evil and bringer of harmony. Harmony, literally at the bottom of the deck. Love that. Destroyer of evil and bringer of harmony. Blended, they are creative power, here to endow blessings. This is also the divine androgen of Kunrath, Eliphas Levi, magic chain. I don't know what that means, but I see Levi and Leviathan. Let's see what this word means. Oh, I didn't even read the Hierophant. Daimon. Daimon? Is it daimon? Here we go. In ancient Greek, it refers to a divine or spiritual entity, often a lesser deity or guiding spirit that exists between the human and the divine. Interesting. Daimon and demon are not the same, though the words are related. So wait, what if the Leviathan was a diamond or a daemon, Daimon, and not a Demon? And that's why people are so confused. It's the energy of undeath. Things that are truly divine are so toxic to us as people, to the systems that we build, live in, profit from, benefit from, and perpetuate. They just are. Cool. It refers to a divine or spiritual entity, often a lesser deity or a guiding spirit, which is literally the reason why I went for this deck, because they appear in this deck and they don't in the Revelations edition or in the Vitruvian edition. So this is like the whole being making an appearance. The whole being make an appearance rather than an image in the background. Now the Hierophant. The Hierophant is about confronting what you have inherited and evaluating the inheritance with individual responsibility. This is the spirit of sovereignty over your sole purpose. Divinity speaks directly to you and works through you, though the truth may be difficult to hear. The Hierophant is embodied by Maitreya, the Bodhisattva and prophesied future Buddha of loving kindness and light, greeting you at the gates of Tushta, a celestial paradise. Alongside Maitreya, when the Hierophant appears, Ganesha's blessings are coming your way. Ganesha is the remover of obstacles, a deva of intellectualism, the arts, and science. So there again, we see Ganesha's blessings and the blessings of that. How do you pronounce this word? Let's see if they have a little button for me to hit somewhere. Do you got a little button that I can hit? Please. Please. Here we go. Daimon. There we go. Daimon. Shine bright like a diamond. A daimon. There you go. Key 14. Gifts of Ganesha. Hello. Oh. Oh. Ba, 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 ba. It is your daimon calling to you. Rainbow ripples reveal Iris, messenger of the gods. When your guardian angel appears, take a moment to intuit the impulses of energy in the space around you. Where did it mention the gifts? Yeah. Blended, they are creative power here to endow blessings. So the daimon appearing to endow blessings, blessings of Ganesha that appear with the Hierophant, the drum, which was a blessing and a gift from the Thunderbird. Looking at cool. The Thunder Hummingbird, the Lightning Hummingbird. Is that like mystical shaman code for? So is that what the hummingbird is going to be to me now? Like Wakinyon? So it was the hummingbird, the eagle, and what was the other animal? I got so many cards on the table. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. The stingray. The Archangel Commander. The Archangel Commander in, I don't want to say in Rio Karukian mythos. There we go. That's the term I like to use. The Archangel Commander in Rio Karukian mythos is a daimon of sorts, but not necessarily one's personal daimon. So rather than being like a personal guardian angel or guardian spirit, it is an aspect of the divine that people seek for purpose and reason that in some cases, scenarios, instances, puts them on a path of some kind of initiation. So again, like it serves that function, but it's not necessarily its role. Cool. All right. It's time to start getting final cards. Almost 3 hours in. I just couldn't leave it sub 2 hours. I know. But I don't know. I felt like giving in a curiosity today. Did we go? I'm like, did we go anywhere? Sure, we did. Sure, we did. The wish granted and the joined one. Nine of cups, two of cups at the bottom of the deck. That joined one, Abyssus, Abyssum, and Wokot, with the double serpents at the top. Like when I was thinking of Leviathan, this card popped into my mind. If Leviathan is the daimon rather than the demon, as and we did just see the archangel, or not the archangel, the angel of regeneration with the angel of ruin in reverse. It did say tutelary, right? Was it in the book or was it here? So it was in the book. It's tutelary and like a serving as protector, guardian, or patron. Rather than like tutelary, it's giving more like a tutor. Like the cobra, when the student is ready, the master appears. like the Archangel Commander. It's almost like if someone is to be a healer, it would make sense for them to work with a divine aspect of healing, be it an archangel of healing or another deity associated with healing. But although that spirit would be in charge of someone's like development in some way, it wouldn't necessarily have to be like their guardian spirit or their guardian angel. I wish I knew more about certain things, but maybe it's a good thing that I don't. Not here, not now, not here, not now, not here, not now. Okay, let me put these away. I got too many cards on the table. Again, aspects of this. I feel like this is more or less everything that's been happening, but excuse me. Two, three. One, 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 two, three. Why are we singing counting? I don't know. I'm gonna give this five. Whatchamacallits after I shuffle it a few times. If nothing comes out, I will honor that. All right, I said five, four, three, two, last one. Oop. Martyr. Who's behind Martyr? Martyr and the Keeper of Whispers, the Mad Prophet and Matron of the Blind. Honesty, shame, restitution, curiosity, madness, and forbidden knowledge. Matron of the Blind is interesting because of that unicorn. And with madness and forbidden knowledge. Now, I feel like we've already covered why both madness and forbidden knowledge. Um, Madness was part of the warping and twisting that true life or the energy of true life, it's one of the effects it can have on us as undead, honestly. Even the folks that are awake or woke are more animate than others. We shamble more, we slur less, our jaws don't fall and hit the ground as often. But we only need look at the energy of true life. Arbiter of truth at the bottom of the deck, Anubis. So where we have that honesty, forbidden knowledge, madness, curiosity, matron of the blind, and the mad prophet. There is the arbiter of truth. Cool. Am I going to read them? Sure. If I can find the box. If I can find the box, excuse me, I'll read them real quick. Who do we have? Martyr and the Mad Prophet. If I can find a book, I'll give it a read. If I can find the book, I'll give it a read. And again, it's the twisting, tainting, corruption. It's like we are so easily corrupted by things that are divine and true and pure. That's how you know we're in the energy of undeath. When proximity would make us more controlling or self elevating or greedy for certain things, it's a sign. A potential symptom. We'll call it that. It's a potential symptom. Wow, the table of contents is so great. Just kidding. Pandemonium. I think that's where we'll find the martyr. And the mad prophet? No, the kingdom of Hades. Nope. The afterworld of Anwen. Also, no, the Empire of Irkala. Yes. The martyr lives in the Empire of Irkala, the dominion of Duat. Holds Anubis, the realm of Sheol. Yeah, the mad prophet should be here. The keeper of whispers, yes. So, the Empire of Irkala, a realm of bright and dark dualities. In Irkala, sorrow and joy are shared and balanced in equal measure. The gods of Irkala value obligation and sacrifice, for who enter this domain are ever permitted to leave again. To dwell in Irkala is to accept the obligations of society, to seek a simple, finite existence, and to understand the balance between one's rational mind and one's emotional experience. In Mausolea, the affliction of blindness represents a blindness of the soul. Mortals who in life believe themselves extremely keen sighted may find themselves so stricken upon their death if they live their lives in ignorance and delusion, their actions untampered by pity and compassion. It is the task of the martyr to care for these souls, to guide them to reflection upon their sins, shame at their previous selves, and restitution through thoughtful service and care for others. Once such a soul can see their own faults, weaknesses, and the effects of one's actions on others clearly and truly atone for them, only then can this blindness be cured. The martyr invites us to look clearly upon ourselves and our deeds and see the blindness in our souls so that we may not be eternally stricken. The Keeper of Whispers is in the realm of Sheol. I don't know how to pronounce it. That's how I'm going to say it. Like Irkala, whoa, a realm like the other one. Cool. Like Irkala, the realm of Sheol is considered with bright and dark dualities. Is concerned with bright and dark dualities. Where Irkala focuses on the emotional experience, however, Sheol centers the extremes of human sin and holiness. To dwell in Sheol is to submit to the judgment of the Absolute, to suffer between the difficult requirements of grace and the easy torments of corruption, and to have the courage to discover where you fall in your overall contribution of good to the world or evil. The Keeper. The madman known as the Keeper of Whispers dwells in a hollow below the Valley of Saints. Save for his rare moments of lucidity, he spends his days scrawling the full and complete history of mankind in an indecipherable scrawl that no one but he can read, and which he cannot explain, even if anyone were willing to listen to his ravings. I feel like I read that weird. There's a lot of commas and it's a long sentence. Is that still the same sentence? Save for his rare moments of lucidity, he spends his days scrawling the full and complete history of mankind in an indecipherable scrawl that no one but he can read, and which he cannot explain, even if anyone were willing to listen to his ravings. That's a really long sentence. Did I write this? I love a run on sentence. That's probably not surprising. It's a guilty pleasure. Cool. So, on one hand, the martyr invites us to look clearly upon ourselves and our deeds and see the blindness in our soul so that we may not be eternally stricken. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Excuse me. I guess these will go next. Oops. The mystical shaman oracle cards. That was the crow. Crow, no. Oh, let me make sure I have all the cards. All right. Anathema. Is that the word? Hey Google, define anathema.
Here's the definition of anathema: something or someone that one vehemently dislikes.
A formal curse by a pope or a council of the church excommunicating a person or denouncing a doctrine. Something or someone that one vehemently dislikes. Vehemently? I was going to say that energy, like true divine energy, is anathema to the human condition, to what reality has become. Right. Just no further explanation necessary or needed. So much so that that which is truly divine can be viewed of as otherwise, can be viewed as otherwise, according to holy belief and doctrine and stuff like that. All right. Mystical Shaman Oracle cards. A final 2 or 3 or one or 2 or 3, please. Clean flip or clean fall. Oof, oof, oof. It fell on my ankle. We have the sacrifice, the blade, and the arrow. 3-6-44. The arrow, the blade, and the sacrifice. This is interesting. Bottom of the deck is the upper world. which is 59. It's almost like a choose your weapon: the arrow, the blade, or the sacrifice. The arrow pierces, the blade severs, and the sacrifice like slowly drifts away. With the upper world at the bottom of the deck, it is like give it to God, letting karma play out rather than choosing the arrow or the blade. It's to release something. After the upper world is the middle world, which is interesting, and then the gatherer. Maybe the gatherer in the middle world speaks of thresholds. Human history is wrought with blades and arrows, where we seek to define justice, where we define justice and seek vengeance, and we seek to make things right on our own and of our own accord. But maybe as more and more we make those sacrifices, it pushes us closer and closer to some kind of divine alignment. Right. You could say one of the most important parts of Christ's, like literally, the most important part could be seen as that ultimate sacrifice because of what it means. Right. I mean, there were ways that he was, which was like the charity, compassion, kindness, all of the things that we preach, but somehow the most devout of us fall so far short of, can fall so far short of. We don't necessarily have to, whoever that resonates for. Because otherwise, we just perpetuate more and more. We keep the cycles turning. For every fire you contain, a new one keeps the circle burning. Right? Which is why things that are truly divine are anathema to the human condition. Can be more often than not. Cool. Who's going away next? I guess the animal spirits. The wild unknown animal spirits. Just gotta make sure I have all the cards. The cobra. When the student is ready, the master appears. For some reason, there's like a Harry Potter type situation that just came to mind. Meaning, like someone, their path is one of their choosing, right? There's no strong alignment towards any one particular path, like healing or prophecy, prophetic, prophet, whatever, or whatever other manifestation. So it almost comes down to like what a person wants to do. But in my mind's eye, it was like a consultation, if that's the word. of like, oh, like, what would you like to do? And you're like, aren't you supposed to tell me? And then whoever is sitting on the other side, they're like, well, usually people have a strong tendency towards one thing or another, but you get to choose. And you're like, oh, well, tell me about healing. And they're like, okay, well, these are the diamonds that correspond to healing. We have Archangel Raphael, of course, and whoever else. And that looks like this. And then if you're seeking like to be a prophet or an oracle in some way, to be a spreader, a bringer of divine revelation and a spreader of the divine word, there's, you could say, girl, I don't know. And it's like, these are the modalities, these are the energies that typically are associated with them. These are, oh, the whale. Um, I don't know. Oh, the whale again. And someone's like, okay, well, the starfish. I saw starfish yesterday. Oh, okay. I was so confused. I saw starfish Saturday. I was like, where did I see starfish? I was like, it felt like a doctor's office or something, but I haven't been to the doctor recently. I went to the boat club for my aunt's birthday, and there were like starfish on the wall by the bathroom. That's where I saw starfish. It was like three of them, I think. All right. Clean flipper, clean ball. Oh, girl, too much. We'll take them. The Phoenix is the only one that hit the table. We have the elephant. We just saw in the Hierophant blessings from Lord Ganesha. Also, the wings of the Phoenix, like the similarity between these two fires, the flames. The flame was the archetype of the angel of regeneration, and now the Phoenix has wings. The wings on the Phoenix make me think of these behind the head of the King of Pentacles. The King of Pentacles? Was it in this deck? I feel like it was a different deck. The King of Pentacles had like a dragon energy. I remember that. Quite a few cards flipped over. The Eagle flipped back over with too many cards. The Zebra, the Owl, the Camel, the Firefly, and the Eagle. Because of these three middle cards, because of all the implied shadow work, quote unquote, that was done, this energy, it feels like this energy would be able to approach the light and not be twisted or warped. They wouldn't fall prey to the Keeper of Karnak, which is maybe why they can receive that gift, which is one of apparently rebirth. And then the dragonfly and the hummingbird. Hummingbird is the newly minted Wakinyan Thunderbird energy. With the dragonfly being here, the gift of Wakinyan, the gift of the Thunderbird is one of remembrance, which is interesting. So rather than the gift being a blessing of something new, the gift is one of remembrance, is one of remembrance of something of one's true nature or something old. almost wish I had more cards now. Bottom of the deck is the dragon. Oh my gosh. Wait, there she is. Bottom of the deck is the dragon. Will you focus? It focused. Woohoo. Cool. Love that energy. Because this is a gift of remembrance, I would assume it's inherently easier to incorporate because it's a piece of the self. Why do I feel like I read something that was about a piece of the self? I don't think I did. I don't know if it's in that angel, in the daimon, or if it were in the hierophant. Like I almost want to say, oh, was it in the difference between gifts and abilities? The gift being the drum, the ability being something related to the staff. It feels like there are things that are new and there are things that are true. There's things that are new and things that are true. Things that are true are things that we already sort of hold within our souls because of whatever. Things that are new are like new capabilities. So, like, let's say that the conversation, the consultation, where someone is deciding what path they want to take. Maybe they already have experiences within their soul, be it because of who they are, how God created them, or because of a past life, and or because of inheritance. Maybe someone has healers in their family and they inherited a gift for healing. Like that would be something true, something that already exists. But then it feels like it's also possible to get like new things. An energy like this came out recently where I just remember there was an energy of like someone being the person in their ancestral lineage that is like the genesis of a gift, right? Like, let's say prophecy is just tip of the tongue today. Like a seer or a dreamer, right? All flavors of prophecy. A knower, someone who just knows things or just gets downloads or whatever. Let's say that it's not necessarily within someone's ancestral lineage, but because of their growth and their journey, their relationship, and maybe what they do in this lifetime and the current lifetime, that gift is introduced to their family, to their bloodline, and into the future, people will have that. Either in the when it came out, it was either the energy of where a gift is introduced into a bloodline or where it resurfaces in a bloodline, right? If it resurfaces, that's something true. If it's the introduction, it's something new. This feels like the return of something true, where this may be the birth of something new. And then there's these 5 cards that serve as approaching that light in between. So maybe someone receives something new that is complementary to something true, and it gives birth to like not like a hybrid path, but something different. Right? You could almost say that, for example, there could be a hybrid path between a healer and a prophet, whereas for indigenous like cultures and peoples, like someone was out in the forest or in nature one day and the nature spirits, mother nature, whoever, told someone like this is safe to eat, consume, that isn't, or this has to be prepared in a certain way and then it'll do whatever. It's almost like that. It's a broadening of healing modalities and techniques rather than applications of existing ones. For example, girl, I don't know. That would be a hybrid path between like prophet and healer. A potential. An example. An example of a potential hybrid path. I have the bear in my head. I keep hearing oso, el oso in my mind, the bear. What time is it? Ooh, another long video. I don't mind. I mean, there were things that I need to do. It's fine. Take it if it resonates, as it resonates. And if it doesn't, don't take it. I guess the Gilded Tarot Royale? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Let's see. I'll put the FKT Revelations Edition back next. All right, claim flip or claim fall. Claim flip or claim fall. Oop, oop. The flip was clean but slow, so it felt dirty. Bottom of the deck is the tension, which is that Two of Orbs. Again, that Two of Pentacles energy. We have the Shining Quarry. The Shining Gale, sorry. Winds of the Sylph, New World Order, Crown of the Magi, and the Joyous One, Ten of Chalices. The Shining Gale, New World Order, and the Joyous One. New World Order, and we see the fray between these two. And then there's the Eminence, the Nine of Pentacles. Again, behind the Eminence is the Warrior, which is the Sun. Oh, because the Warrior is here, It feels like the warrior is poised to sever that connection. Rather than waiting for it to happen naturally. But it's major arcana energy. So instead, that could be an energy of if we don't make a choice or decision, a choice or decision will be made for us. We can straddle the line and teeter totter in between, but at some point, something's going to happen. And at that point, the chips will fall where they may. Winds of the Sylph, Crown of the Magi, and the Joyous One. I actually want to read this. And the LWB, the Little White Book. Heralds, the Shining Flame, the Shining Waters, the Shining Quarry. Whoa! The Shining Ones. In biblical angelology, the Shining Ones are a hierarchy of angels who gift humanity with miracles, endow us with blessings, and encourage us to act virtuously. They're called the Shining Ones because they emanate with the brilliant, luminous light. They represent the pure kinetic power of the four elements, masculinized. Each knight is accompanied by one of the four horses and one of the four alchemical mythic creatures, Per Paracelsus. Oh, more mythical creatures. There we go. Mythical creatures that can now be seen. So I guess this is the last one. Where is it? How am I looking over it? The Shining Gale, Winds of the Sylph. Be strategic. Appear to conform to the shape of that which is around you, but then assert yourself once you're at the center. That is how you advance quickly to the top. Launch the attack, but be cunning about it. Do not show your hand. Do not reveal your plan. Just hasten your move and act progressively. Pictured here is a warrior general wielding the sword of Golgian. The text in red are the opening lines of the Diamond Sutra. Behind it, in imperial yellow, is the seal for invoking the Lady of the Ninth Heaven. The warrior general's helper spirit is the sylph, who controls the winds and storms. The winged horse is named Victorum. Interesting. There's the red text. Behind it is the seal. It's interesting that because Archangel Commander is the angel of storms and battles, Sylph, who controls the winds and storms. I almost want to. What is it? The Diamond Sutra? Diamond Sutra. It's almost 11 o'clock. Oh my. Diamond Sutra. Oh, original. Well, yeah, Sutra. I guess I should have guessed. Mahayana Buddhism. It focuses on the concept of emptiness and its implications for understanding reality and achieving enlightenment. It emphasizes that all phenomena are impermanent. Girl. It emphasizes that all phenomena are impermanent and lack inherent self, promoting a detachment from fixed concepts and attachments. The sutra uses the analogy of a dream or illusion to illustrate the nature of reality, urging practitioners to see beyond the superficial appearance of things. Cool. Before I came live, I saw a YouTube short that was the ending line was the perception of reality is more important than reality. I mean, somebody lied to somebody, and then someone lied about what something was, as far as I saw, and they thought they had broke it, and they're like, "Oh my gosh!" And the guy was like, "That was only seven. Like there are only 17 of these things from wherever in the world, and they're all in museums." And he's like, "You lied to me." And then the guy was like, "The perception of reality is more important than reality." And it's like, okay, but why'd you have to lie though? Anyway, um, in my mind, again, I just finished the game Okami. The Shining Winds and New World Order felt like a divine wind that was blowing. And there's some kind of stagnation or pestilence that the aeration is like cleaning out. So there are illusions that we can overlay on top of reality, but illusions don't have substance. On one hand, you can say that illusions don't have any substance. On the other hand, the mind is a very powerful thing. And I guess I'll just leave it at that. Excuse me. Next, we will put away. Hold up. Okay. I'm like, these are two completely different decks. How am I getting these mixed up? Cool. The Gilded Tarot Royale. And maybe when I was talking about the whole Undeath Leviathan, that of Genesis and the cannibalizing of creation, I kept like Full Metal Alchemist, the law of equivalent exchange kept popping into my mind. Um, and maybe that's a difference between the alchemist and the magician. The alchemist is the transmuter. The alchemist creates out of something else. The magician creates from nothing. Excuse me. And it isn't necessarily that one is right or one is wrong or that one is more or less divine than the other. Because the Hierophant immediately flipped out with the Six of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Because the magician, there was the aspect of the Seven of Swords and the Fool, that was like a divine alchemist. It can create to work in an overall equation, right? So if the alchemist is the transmuter of things, if there is something that the alchemist doesn't have in their laboratory, the divine aspect or the magician in them can create that thing to participate in the overall reaction. And maybe because with the Genesis, it was like we still have free will. And even if something is created, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be like chosen. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will find a place in reality. And it's almost like if you can transmute or alchemize, it's much more likely that it will take root in reality because it has a basis and an anchor already in it. Right? It's like if you slowly adjust your dog to something new. Chino got a new like food and water bowls for his birthday, and he does not like them. He's getting used to them now. He drank like a healthy amount the other day, and my mom was like going between. It's like a raised bowl, so she took the bowls out of the raised platform. She transferred the water between the new bowl and this old bowl. Even us, like sometimes we have to acclimate to things. 33333. Sorry. I caught it. My eyes off 33330, and I had to catch it 3 seconds later. Sometimes we do need to be eased into something. We need like a transition rather than a whole new whatever, because whole new whatever can be scary, or it can have like too much unknown, right? Or not everything necessarily needs to be created from scratch. Some things can be improved upon and be perfectly fine. Right. Anyway, we have the Hierophant here. Let's get one more. Let's clarify this Hierophant. Oh, clean flipper, clean fall, please. Fall, please. Clean flipper, clean fall, please. The Magician. What? Bottom of the deck is the Ten of Wands. Why did my brain just say Saugatuck? I don't know. Maybe it's just time for me to. Ten of Wands with the Magician and the Hierophant. What an interesting combination. What I love about this Magician, I love two things about this Magician. First, I love that the hands of the Magician are empty. He's manipulating the four elements without touching them. Secondly, I love that it's this like interstellar, cosmic sort of energy. Because again, this magician energy is not tainted with the undeath of the life on earth, where what is truly divine is anathema. I think I heard that in like the Scarlet Letter because it takes me back to freshman year English class. Was it American Lit or Brit Lit? The Scarlet Letter, Hester Prynne had to be American Lit, right? Brit Lit was with the other teacher. Anyway, it takes me back to the Scarlet Letter, and I'm pretty sure, especially when they said like excommunicated, I was like, okay, that's probably the Scarlet Letter. Hester Prynne. Anyway, the Ten of Wands can be the egoic battle of being the magician and not being tainted, not tainting the energy of Genesis with the undeath of the cannibalism, cannibalizing, if that's a word. It's catalyzing rather than cannibalizing reality, consuming creation to create more creation. I'm not surprised to see this here because of the cards that we saw between the zebra and the eagle. Again, it was the zebra. I know the firefly was in there. The zebra, the owl, the camel, the firefly, and the eagle. Because of those five cards, it's like we could get closer and closer to that light and not be warped and twisted, right? We can come into an energy of utilizing the fragment, the piece of the creator that we hold to create in our own lives without going on a whole power trip or any of the weird stuff. With this Ten of Wands here, it doesn't get wonky. Behind that is the Hangman and the Two of Cups. Love that energy. Yeah, with all of the like coins and stuff falling out of the pocket of the Ten of Cups, it's like without all of those earthly attachments, so it makes this easier. And then the Two of Cups, right? I feel like the Hierophant, it's almost like this magician becomes an example. Whatever this magician energy is, it doesn't create in a void or in a vacuum. I don't know the path of this magician because the state of the world is what it is, and because we have been collectively manifesting and asking for what we've collectively been manifesting and asking for. Part of it could be to be seen. I also love like what's going on the third eye of this magician. Something about those two interwoven rings, rather than it just being this like lemniscate where they're two separate things, they're like intertwined here on his third eye. I don't know much of the Bible, but I know Jesus said like all of the things that he did and more, we can also do. But and he had 12 disciples. And I know he was in like temples and stuff and he was talking to folk. But it's like, well, I guess the state of the world was what it was at that time too. And, his incarnation had that whole dying on the cross thing, even if he was resurrected. I'm trying to think because I know, like, even Buddha, what I know of Buddha, I don't know if that would be entirely. Um, it's like this magician is also a teacher, and I struggle to think of someone that also. Well, I guess Jesus told Peter to walk out on the water, and he did for as long as he did. I'm like, Jesus turned water into wine, but did he teach people how to turn water into wine? Was that also a part of it? Like, not only performing miracles, but also teaching others how to perform miracles? And that's why I'm like, well, the state of the world was what it was. And, I don't know if that's. This Magician Hierophant is an interesting energy. Also, Magician Hierophant 5 and then 151 is the mirror to that devil energy again. 51 was maybe the crow. I already put the cards away. I don't even know. Maybe it was the upper world. Maybe it was the crow. Maybe it was the luminous warrior. We saw it, whatever it was. I don't know how that would work. I mean, there are plenty of people plenty of people and plenty of beliefs, like um, monks in monasteries or whatever, that like teach manifestations of balanced spiritual energy. I need to hurry up. I gotta do a lingo lesson to do today. All right. I think I'm almost done. I don't know. Something about this. It's to be a magician, but also to be seen. And honestly, my hang up is more so on how people are, where we are in general, and how that could be used for selfish, personal reasons. And there's like nothing inherently wrong with it being used in selfish ways, but it's how easily we can transgress against another's free will or whatever, right? Like, there's already like manifest this person, whatever, and that person, like, does that person even have enough free will to decide if they want to be with us? You know what I mean? And then you get into, I don't know, is that some kind of weird reciprocal, like, if you to be someone who uses spirituality in any way to influence someone else's actions, choices, decisions, and behaviors. It's interesting that, like, there's that of like, do this or do that and manifest this specific person. But then on the other side of that dichotomy is like the concept of destiny swapping and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just the other side of the coin, right? And who's to say that the person that colloquial we have been pouring so much time and energy and effort into manifesting isn't someone else's person? But because of all of the energetic work that we did, they end up in some kind of whatever with us. Then the person that they're supposed to be with could say that we performed some kind of destiny swap. It's that whole like again, how we can so easily disregard, I guess, the free will of others. And then who's to say that we're supposed to be living a certain kind of life anyway, right? Maybe someone got what is truly for them because they're aligned to it, they work for it, or it's their life, their path, their journey to be wherever. But we think we're entitled to something, or we think we deserve something, and now we're looking at them like they have something that we're supposed to have, thinking that they've done whatever, and now we're trying to transgress against them because we've been convinced that they've transgressed against us. What is truly divine is anathema to the human experience, to the human mind, to the human body, and the conceptualization of the human spirit and soul. I'm not, whoever's experience was their experience, but what comes around goes around, you know. Anyway, let's take a breath. Okay, give it another shuffle. Oshos and tarot. Final cards, please. Ooh, ooh. Was that the mind? Past lives. Bottom of the deck is transformation. Ooh, girl. I saw integration at the cut with comparison. Oh, consciousness and aloneness. Past life, past lives, and transformation is such an interesting combination of cards. Consciousness behind that, just like in their void sort of figures. See, this is giving the energy. I like asking Google to flip coins, okay? It is my philosophy that what need happen shall happen. Okay? Mm. Oh, we do have lightning here. Hey, Google, flip a coin, please. Woo woo! Okay. Cool. I was hoping it would be tails. Because in my mind, it draws a certain image to mind, but the image doesn't feel applicable, the direction that goes in doesn't feel like right here, right now. So let's clarify. Let's get another one. One more, please. For this past lives. Is that it? 3, 2. Thank you. 1 for funsies. Oh gosh. What's up with these cards resting on my ankle? Possibilities in reverse. I'm actually going to leave it in reverse. And conditioning, guilt, and patience all flipped over in the deck. Bottom of the deck is fighting, which is the knight question mark. Knight of swords, knight of air, knight of the mind. Knight of swords, that was the shining gale, winds of the sylph. Okay. So completion came out upright, possibilities came out in reverse. We are the sum total of our choices. We are a sum total of our choices and decisions. We are products of our environment, and we are also partly that which we were created to be. Because of our past lives, both current incarnation and before, there are certain pathways that are in front of us. And there are certain potentialities that we don't have access to because they're not our path. And even our path is partially defined by our choices and decisions. And the more choices and decisions we make, the more likely it is that certain experiences and outcomes will be what we will become our reality, and that others won't. Right? If we go to school to be doctors, then the potentiality of being some kind of doctor is much higher than it will be if we didn't go to school to be a doctor. Right? And us, yeah. And it doesn't mean that we have to become a doctor. It doesn't mean that we can't do other things. Conditioning, guilt, and patience. Conditioning, guilt, and patience with fighting at the bottom of the deck. This speaks to pivots, right? This could speak to pathways, experiences that we didn't have because of our environments and situations. Let's say that we were more geared towards the performing arts, but for some reason we couldn't engage those passions, right? So, because of our conditioning, our upbringing, the environment at the time, we weren't able to engage that. Now, there's like a disconnect between who we are, what we do, and what we truly desire. where guilt sits. And patience is what we need to have with ourselves as we create new pathways in those directions. Right? With possibilities in reverse, it's like what's done is done and it can't be undone. We can't go back in time and make a different choice to experience something else. And even if we could, unless we lose all of our memories of the life that we've lived, it would still be something different because we would have a lived knowing of what we did the first time before we went back in time. You know what I mean? Unless we could both go back in time and trade our knowledge for ignorance. But it's like, even if we did that effectively, it's, I don't have to get lost in the metaphor. Just because it's like the journey isn't any less valuable or any less whatever because we didn't take a certain path earlier. Right? Even if certain things aren't possible, it doesn't mean that we can't pivot. Just because we didn't go to medical school when we were 20 something to be a doctor by late 20 something doesn't mean that we can't go to med school at 40 something to be a doctor by late 40 something. You know what I mean? It's a metaphor. Not everyone wants to be a doctor. But it's like it's not something that we have to fight. And whenever we overcome our conditioning, it's the right time. The guilt the guilt is unnecessary, but this feels like it arises when we think of how we could have spent the time. Right? If I would have gone to med school when I was 20 something, my I would be better able to retain information. I wouldn't have all of these responsibilities that I now have. Like, life would have been different. Like, this almost feels like how we can torture and torment ourselves by hoping, wishing, imagining like what things could have been like had things been different. And with this completion, it's like every past life lived, every experience is a piece of the puzzle being completed. So if we could go back, we would lose out on the things that we already have. And since they're all parts and pieces of our unique experience, they all go towards us being transformed in certain ways. That's the past lives and the transformation. Right? Our journeys are unique for specific reasons. Right? Especially because there are so many different experiences and walks of life. Um, and so many different ways that we can help and support and show up for one another. So, in some ways, we live our lives for more than just ourselves. And maybe we're going to be really important or instrumental or key in someone else's life. Or maybe there's certain insights that we bring to whatever we do because of our own individual uh, journeys, lives, perspectives, things like that. Right? Right. All right. Spencer's tarot cards, final card, please. Is it the leprechaun? Page of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. King of Pentacles came out. Whoa. The leprechaun hides their pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Maybe the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow is speaking towards the abundance that we saw. Was that the King of Rainbows? Or was it, what was that? Because if that was the King of Rainbows, the Ten of Pentacles was out, and I didn't even realize it. Emotions, the mind, the mind, the mind. Rainbows, moment to moment, guidance, the miser, girl. Ordinariness. We are the world. Maturity. Oh, let's wait. Here we go. Mastery of the material. Yeah. Abundance. King of Rainbows. That was the King of Pentacles, and I didn't even realize that the King of Pentacles was out twice. Okay. And the King of Pentacles is here again. If the King is the master, the King of Pentacles is the master of their experience. Yeah, so the rainbow was giving the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, which was the abundance, which triggered the whole King of Pentacles thing. Was it's like the abundance that comes as a function of alignment, right? But because we saw the stingray, excuse me, with lightning and everything with the stingray, it's an abundance that is a natural byproduct of alignment. So, like, it doesn't need to be sought out or sought after. You could almost say it can be a secondary, tertiary, or even quaternary thought or concern. Under the Page of Pentacles is the Six of Swords and the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune, the Six of Swords, and the Page of Pentacles. It's like the Sun, the Wheel of Fortune. Love that. And the Ten of Wands, which is the dragon. And the Ten of Wands was at the bottom of the deck when we saw the Magician. And again, that was the Magician's potential internal conflicts, or the conflict between the Magician's divine nature and their undead human experience. It's like, again, abundance is a result of alignment. Because it's a result of alignment, it doesn't have to be someone's primary focus. So it's almost like it's safe to be led by other things. It's safe to be guided by more than the material. And if there are experiences that someone wishes to have, it's like seek the experience and not the money. Or like focus on the experiences and not the money. Even if it doesn't immediately uh, go into like super, like mega wealth or super abundance. It's like the Page of Pentacles is planting a seed, the Six of Swords in a new direction, the Sun and the Wheel of Fortune. After some kind of realization and illumination causes someone to want to maybe move things in a different direction, right? And so, what's important now is the planting of the seeds and the nurturing of those seeds and the tending to of the saplings. In time, they will grow into mighty trees. Cool. All right. Astro Matrix Tarot. Plain flipper, plain. Oh, girl. How many cards is that? Oof. This whole chunk of cards just flipped over. Six of Cups again. Bottom of the deck is the Queen of Swords. She's Cardinal Air Libra energy. That's where Mars is right now. Oof. Hmm. Oh. Six of Cups, Ace of Pentacles, Page of Swords. Blue skies in all four of these cards. There aren't any clouds in the sky on the Six of Cups, barely any in the Page of Swords. And even in the Ace of Pentacles, there's not a lot of clouds, but the hand is in the clouds, coming out of the clouds. There's something of imagination here. Kids aren't often super grounded in reality in terms of like what they want to be when they grow up or other things. They're more imaginal than practical. They're more imaginal than practical, right? It feels like the Ace of Pentacles is closer to the realm of imagination. We just saw the Page of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck with the King of Pentacles that came out. It this Page of Swords feels oddly practical for a Page of Swords energy. It feels like the Page of Swords is supposed to see the Ace of Pentacles and know how to get from point A to point B, right? So if the Page of Swords were to talk to the child, the Page of Swords would be able to figure out like how to make something happen, rather than being the adult that just dismissively entertains the child or like doesn't really whatever. This page of swords is like, okay, well, if you really want to be an astronaut, then make sure that you pay attention in math class and whatever other classes, and maybe there's like a space camp and there's all of these other things that can be done. There are so many defining moments that can create opportunities beyond opportunities that people can engage with young. Was that an ad? That's like you're using Chat GPT and middle schoolers are building AI businesses or whatever. Right? It's like there's always that person who like got into coding when they were a kid or went to space camp or did this or did that. And you could argue that some of that is privilege and opportunity. Maybe you have to know someone or there's a certain cost that's involved, and not everyone has the means to do everything. The point is, the Page of Swords should be looking to make the imaginal possible rather than seeking out the plausible. Right? The Page of Swords is kind of supposed to have their head in the clouds a little bit, to move things forward, to introduce a new thought, something new, something refreshing, something groundbreaking, something never considered before. And maybe it's a pressure in impressing the Queen of Swords. Again, almost going back to that innovation competition thing. Um, like the Page of Swords is like, oh, well, like if the Queen of Swords is the head, if the Queen of Swords is the decision maker, then like I'm gonna see what she approved in the past or the ideas that won in the past and like build off of that, cater to her. But again, like she's looking for something new and fresh and whatever. Things that won in the past won because they fit the criteria of innovative. You can't innovate. You can innovate off of what is already, but that's not the Page of Swords' domain when it comes to innovation. It should be the futuristic, the progressive, the future, what's coming next. Should be. So maybe this says, think back to when you were a kid, when you were younger, or um, not detached from reality a little bit, because we're not trying to fall down the path of the mad prophet. The keeper of whispers, the mad prophet. We're not necessarily trying to go that far, but if someone, it's like if someone were to apply their ingenuity or creative spirit, they would be able to make something improbable much more tangible. They would be able to truly innovate, right? It's almost like I just saw maybe a short yesterday about how studios aren't taking risks. I think it was an interview that Vince Vaughn did, maybe I don't know how long ago, but it was like the reason why you don't see movies like you did in the early 2000s is because companies aren't taking risks anymore. Like they're looking for already established IPs, and so that's why we get so many remakes and like things based around things that already exist rather than fresh ideas. But you don't go to the Page of Swords looking for something rehashed and already done a million times. You go to the Page of Swords for something new and innovative and like out there, right? And if that's who we are, and if alignment places us in rooms and situations and environments, confronts us with certain opportunities, because of who we are, it's for us to play to our strengths rather than catering to someone else's, rather than catering to what we perceive as what someone else wants. Or at the very least, we could marry both, right? These are my strengths. This is what I'm interested in, and I can tweak it in a way that may more align to what it appears this person fancies. But there should still be something of the self within it. All right, last but not least, final doxology card. Boom, boom, boom. Tapping into the seed of all creation, understanding what predates all things that must remain in the dark. It was the top of a dirty flip little stack. I didn't take it. I read the top one. All right, I want a clean flip or a clean fall. Oof, girl. Where passion meets determination, going the distance, and a need for discipline, 5 of hearts. Ooh, 6 of hearts. Maximizing or minimizing, limitation or support, look to the root. So the 6 of hearts. Oh, we just saw the 6 of cups. It was the 6 of cups, the Ace of Pentacles, the Page of Swords. Where passion meets determination, going the distance and a need for discipline. Where passion meets determination has a lot of forward momentum. It's a spark that provides a lot of energy because the fuel is plenty and the road is short in the beginning. But going the distance and a need for discipline speaks to taking something to fruition, right? So, where even if there are lulls or rough patches, if we need to step away for however long to avoid burnout, that's fine. But it's to understand the things that must be done to properly nurture something, right? To aid in the whole gestation period so that when it comes to birthing, things are as healthy and go as well as can be hoped for. Maximizing or minimizing limitation or support, look to the root. The look to the root of that means that we determine the outcome of something a little bit more than we don't, sometimes significantly more. And it's like, let's say that we have a pessimistic attitude towards something. When we have a pessimistic attitude, it becomes easier to underperform, undercommit, or give up, right? If we don't think something is going to pan out, it can make it more difficult to have that discipline to make sure something goes the distance. It can make it difficult to put in the extra work when a challenge is when we're confronted with challenge to make that breakthrough. When we're more optimistic or when there's more fuel for the fire or when we believe in something, it makes it easier to continue to seek out alternatives and different angles, different perspectives, and possibilities to find whatever we need to find to move a process forward. Bottom of the deck is the Ace of Spades, tapping into the seed of all creation, understanding what predates all things that must remain in the dark. It's the card that I read, part of the Dirty Flippers. It was the first of the Dirty Flippers. I guess that where passion meets determination. It's the passion in that is close to the seed of all creation. It's because something was desired, or because of some kind of love, or because of some strong motivating force, that many things come into creation. Even the things that are created by mistake, like someone wanted to make a French fry, but they sliced the potatoes too thin and then they created chips. Even if the creation of the chip was a mistake, it was the desire to create a French fry that was true, that was the impetus for it. Things that must remain in the dark feels like ways that it falls in line with like that determination. It's how we keep ourselves internally motivated, or how we keep ourselves going. Other people can encourage us, we can be inspired externally, but there are some things that we can't necessarily rely on others to provide. Again, it came out maybe last time, maybe the time before that, how many inventors and authors and artists were the only person who believed in what they were doing until they created whatever, like it became wildly successful or wildly adopted or whatever. Now all of a sudden everyone's like, oh yeah, like I knew you could do it, I knew it was a great idea. And it's like that person may be like, these are the same people that told me I was stupid, or that no one would whatever, or that discouraged me the whole time, but now that I've made it, everyone knew I'd be successful. Things that must remain in the dark, it's what we're responsible and accountable for. And if we are the bearer of whatever is in the process of gestation, then we hold the responsibility for caring and nurturing for it. It would be nice if other people were on board. It's nice to have a village and not to be an island. Um, and it's not saying that anyone necessarily has to be an island. It's not saying don't seek out support or use your support system when things are rough and challenging. Because again, going the distance means surviving many seasons. And if you have to take a step away to avoid burnout while you experience more life, just like the past lives completion and possibilities in reverse, there may be other things to experience. There may be something else that will lead to a breakthrough. We never know where a pivot will take us and when it'll integrate back into the path that we were on, and when an insight that we gain because of that will serve as the key component in overcoming an obstacle and having a breakthrough. I guess all in all, it's to take life in stride and to keep moving. And when it comes to the energy of generation, Genesis, it's to not be deterred by past experiences. All right. Finally, 4.5 hours later, I hope you all have an amazing whenever you see this. I hope you're acting in alignment to all that you wish to experience your reality. I hope that whatever you need along your path journey and what you find. And I hope I guess that's part of whatever. Yeah, I'll catch y'all later. Bye.